feel like this voice is a bit familiar is because maybe you've heard me on radio before. I was in BFM radio for 11 years, looking after the enterprise sector, talking about technology. I don't do that anymore. I do that on consultant basis. I actually run a coding school, so still related to technology. And even though I've been out of the radio field for quite a while, I always love working with Maxis because they're always there basically to really give you good advice. And whenever they ask me to do a panel session, it's always very insightful. So I get to at least still become a journalist or a producer in a way, be able to actually have a good conversation with you guys. So I will actually give you a chance later at the end of the session to do what I used to do in the past, which is ask questions. So we have a Q&A session at the end of our event for today. Anyways, before we start our first program, let me run through a little bit of the agenda that we have for today. Right after this, we will have Kevin Lee, who is the head of corporate and SME segment for Maxis, to do a welcome note. And then we have a couple of interesting stories. We have a real-life story, cybersecurity strategy in Maxis by Muhammad Daud Saifullah. He's the head of cybersecurity at Maxis. And then we have Desmond Chan, who is the head of Microsoft Cloud Solutions at Maxis, and he will be talking about strengthen financial institution cloud risk management to always be ahead. And then just before our refreshment, we will have Eugene Ang, the security practice lead senior specialist at Maxis, who will talk about cloud data breaches and how FSI can prevent them. I was told that every one of you here are from the BFSI sector. We'll do a short refreshment and a networking session, probably just more like a toilet break. And then we'll come back and Yap Kin Seong, the head of enterprise backup services for Maxis, will talk about air gapping disaster recovery facilities with Maxis Backup as a Service. And then, actually this is quite interesting, I'm looking forward to this because we have a solution use case and a demo by two individuals, Yap Kim Seong, the head of enterprise backup services from Maxis, together with Alvin Lee, he's the security consultant team lead at Checkpoint. And then, as I mentioned, we have a Q&A, so you will be able to ask any questions that you have for our panelists. There's also, I think some of you might be looking at the word lucky draw. Yes, there is a lucky draw. There will be 2 prizes, so the chances of you winning is pretty high for today. And then at the end of that session, we have also prepared for you lunch at the Four Seasons Hotel, which is just next door. So hopefully that has got you excited and got your appetite to learn a little bit more about what we have in store for today. So to kick things off, can I get you to whip out your phone? I know I asked you to keep your phone in the pocket earlier on, but if you could whip out your phone and we have a QR code that will be displayed on screen. In a bit, we will do a practice run later on. But as I mentioned before, so we will get Kevin Lee, who will come in to do the keynote. So, ladies and gentlemen, can we invite Kevin Lee to do the welcome note?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Do I need a mic? Okay. I thought I don't need a mic, but first, thanks for coming into MBIG. I know the traffic is not very easy at this hour, but I really appreciate all of you taking your time off to come here for half a day. Okay, I'm Kevin. I take care of the business segment, which is the corporate and SME, and maybe just let me take a couple minutes to introduce ourselves first. Okay, I think Maxis is well known for mobile operators for many years. And I want to relate a little bit to the cloud. In fact, I've been in this company for more than about 10 years. So long enough to see how Maxis as an organization transformed. And in fact, why is this relevant? Because Maxis is one of the large organizations, large corporate in Malaysia, did our full cloud migration many years ago. I think we started 2016 aggressively, went on cloud migration. And in fact, today, the way we work, most of our business processes and everything we do is all actual cloud. So I think today's session is to also be able to share that whole relevancy about what we have gone through, and including our internal expertise. Daud will share with you, and the security aspect of cloud. So that's how relevant we are, because we started our digitalization way early. And that brought us into a decision that we want to bring this know-how and this technology to all our business customers in Malaysia. So our journey started when we start to be cloud partners. So today we are cloud partners for Microsoft. We are also certified for AWS. And in fact, I was in the AWS Day 2 weeks ago, and when AWS decided to commit a 25 billion investment to make Malaysia a region, they only say one thing. Malaysia is a key region, or key country in this region, is really, really driving a lot of cloud adoption. And I actually can see that direction is going to bring a lot more opportunity for Malaysian business, especially in the government and the FSI area, because data sovereignty is very, very important, and having a local presence that really drive a lot more confidence. So, a bit background. What we have put together over the last 5-6 years was, I think, something that we have decided to do to bring value to the business community. So first, as I shared, we went to be a partner for all the major cloud technology company globally. And last 5 years, we also started investing and harmonizing a lot of local expertise. So today we have a lot here. So we have put together a team. In fact, last 5 years, we actually acquired or acqui-hired about five different key technology company in Malaysia who specialize from even Microsoft, AWS, cloud, unified communications, including managed services. That was the latest one 2 years ago. So today, we want to share more with you about what we have gone through as our experience and our knowledge about how every organization, including FSI, can start to explore and move into the cloud space. So I think this is going to be the key agenda today, and also on the security aspect, because that is something very, very sensitive and very crucial. So I hope that gives you some sharing today for you to take away when you start to explore your journey into cloud. But just let me explain a little bit on this slide. As I mentioned, we started from a mobile company. We invested very heavily into fixed infra, and then into cloud, and then into digital services. So if you look at it broadly, what we are able to bring to any business in Malaysia, start from the infra modernizations, from your reliable infra. Because when you start to talk about digitalization, your network resiliency, reliability, security become very, very crucial. And this is what we have started to hear a lot recently, past few years, from a lot of CIO, CTO, that the more you move into digitalization, the more crucial it is on your network reliability and also network security. So these are the two key areas that we work very, very much with a lot of organizations in terms of how do you modernize your infra so that you can support your digitalization, and how do you make sure that it's secure. We also started to work with a lot of companies in hybrid workspace and digital interactions. This is how a company works. I think this started 3 years ago during pandemic, when all organizations have to start to empower their employee to be able to work remotely. So we also did the same. So we took what we learned and built this up to be a hybrid workspace solutions for any organization you want to start to develop this type of work model for your employee, including digital interaction with customers. Digital interaction referring to areas like e-commerce, digital marketing, how business can stay relevant and engage with your customers. Then a little bit into the new capability that we are also now investing. This is where we talk about IoT, smart enablement. When you start to run into cloud enablement and digital, data become very, very crucial. This is what we all talk about. The future is all about data-driven. So how organization can benefit from their data to enable their business, including the data analytic. So this is the area where we are now investing into the future to also help any business in Malaysia to be able to do better. So this is the whole end-to-end of what Maxis can bring forward as a solution to help any organization. Then, of course, today we are trying to focus down to the topic which is more relevant to FSI. I hope you enjoyed this half a day, and feel free to engage any of us if you have any questions. I think I have a lot of my colleagues here. Hopefully they are able to share and help you to answer any of the questions that you might have. Okay? So again, thanks for coming in, and all the best, and enjoy the half a day with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin Lee Guan Kiong, for the welcome note. It's been quite a journey, right? You know, and I saw there were 6. I'm sure maybe 10 years down the road, there'll be like a lot more, right? Because digital never stops. We always keep innovating. All right, ladies and gentlemen, to officially kick off our event, we will need your help. So if I could get you to whip out your phones, and you can scan the QR code that you see on screen at the moment. We will all need to do this, so hopefully your fingers are warmed up. If you scan the QR code, you will see a cute little bubble on your screen, and all you need to do is just tap it as fast as you can. I'll give you some time to scan the QR code. Hopefully everyone is ready. I'll stand away at the side, so hopefully everyone can capture the QR code. Is everyone good? I still see some people capturing the QR code. All right. If you have any issues, there's the Wi-Fi that I think you could be able to log in. All right, cool. I see most of you are ready. So if we are ready, we can start by tapping away the bubble that you see on screen. I will also be able to actually monitor what you're doing. So hopefully we will be able to get you to tap as fast as you can. It's still not enough. We will need your blistering typing speed. I see some of these gentlemen over here are really, really active, and that's really good. I see a lady over there doing really well as well. We've just got a few more that we will need to tap, and I think to do the last final tap, Kevin, if I could invite you to just stand at the front here. On the count of 3, yeah. So on the count of 3, I would want you to do the last step, and this will mean that we have officiated today's event. So on the count of 3, 3, 2, 1, if you could tap the screen. There we go. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Maxis Right Cloud. My form is unique to every business. This also means that the journey to this form will be unique and determined by the organization's business goals, roadmap, and outcomes. Interested to embark on the right cloud journey with Maxis? The first step is to rethink the cloud. How will the cloud benefit your organization? Perhaps you're going through a hardware refresh or need to optimize costs by paying only for what you consume. Improve customer experience through innovation or increase agility. However, with so many options out there, who can help you choose the right cloud to achieve the greatest business value? With Maxis as the right partner, you can access the right expertise that will sit with you to understand your challenges and goals. A cloud transformation often requires new ways of working, and this impacts technology, people, and processes. When determining the right cloud and the right network architecture, our team of certified experts will advise on the right deployment model. Whether you need to host your applications on public, private, hybrid, or a multi-cloud environment, assess if integration is required with existing IT systems, address security, privacy, and governance-related matters, create backup and disaster recovery plans, or even managing and operating your cloud environment. Our large pool of strategic advisory partners and certified experts will guide you all the way through. Once you have the right cloud, Maxis will simplify cloud management for you through our cloud management platform. The cloud management platform is your single pane of glass to an uncluttered view of your entire cloud ecosystem, giving you visibility and insights into your overall cloud health and spending. It intelligently recommends ways to further optimize your cloud performance and cost. It gives you the option to explore and provision cloud resources on your terms seamlessly and automatically at your fingertips, all within minutes. Choose Maxis as your right partner to guide you on your digital transformation and modernization journey by leveraging on our own transformation experience, know-how and evolving capabilities through strategic partnerships and acquisitions. These are the testaments of us investing in the future so that you can always be ahead.
Thank you once again to Kevin for officiating this morning's event, and also actually thank you because we needed your help. So if you could give yourself a big round of applause for making the effort to do that. Now, coming up next, we actually have our first speaker, Muhammad Daud Saifullah. He's the head of cybersecurity to share the real-life story about cybersecurity strategy in Maxis. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome to Muhammad Daud Saifullah, the head of cybersecurity at Maxis.
All right. Okay, Assalamualaikum and good morning to everyone. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'll start off with a bit of introduction. My name is Daud. I manage the cybersecurity team in Maxis. I partner with the enterprise team quite a lot because I think the way we want to develop the business is by having good conversations, and it starts internally. Then we'd like to extend this to our customers by having quality, what we call in Maxis quality conversations. As Kevin pointed out, we've gone through an extensive digital transformation journey in Maxis, and what we would like to sort of showcase to you is that from the digitization that we've done and the digital transformation that we've done, you could see a lot of, you could see different ways of doing things, of which the Maxis internal team started, and we'd like to take this to our customers. So that's sort of the premise that we offer. Now, when you look at cybersecurity, it's the same thing. We embarked on a transformation journey. So we started in 2016, the digital transformation and adopting cloud. I joined Maxis in 2017. We started a digital transformation, sort of a cybersecurity transformation around the same time. Now, if you look at, when you look at this transformation, you look at the words that we use. So when we started off, it's more, we look at basic stuff like processes and technology. Then as we mature, we look at a bit about stakeholder management and looking at data. Then as we further improve, when you look at the language that we use, we're trying to see how can we do better and contribute to the business to have positive business outcomes. So you could see the language and how we approach cybersecurity changes. It's an interesting journey. I don't have much time to share this with you. I'm sure my enterprise colleagues will give a technical perspective. I just wanted to give you an overall perspective. Now, underlining this is how we look at things differently from a cybersecurity perspective. Now, I've done security for about 20 years now. A few different roles. I did a bit of audit work, I did a bit of IT consulting and vendor work. So when I started out, we always tried to scare people. Hey, if you don't do this, this will happen. So I think the language has to change. Again, just to keep in mind that it's a lot about culture and it's a lot about conversations. So the language changes. Rather than me trying to scare my bosses to say, you have to buy this solution because if not, your company will crash. As opposed to, we need to invest in security because it will protect our intellectual property. We spend 2-3 years developing analytical business models. For example, how to score and credit score our customers. We spend a lot of time negotiating with vendors. If I note some of you are from procurement, negotiating with vendors and vendors putting in cost. Then we don't want that particular cost to go out of the company. So that's how we add value to the conversations, of which data is a use case that I'll be talking with today. So from security being cybersecurity being a technical issue and limited to a cybersecurity team, we have to have conversations with our business, with our colleagues doing application development, with our enterprise colleagues in how to position and how to sell security solutions so that it meets your business requirements. We've had to learn how to configure, rather than configuring firewalls and just letting the firewall run, we'd have to figure, how do I make what I have, like for example, Microsoft, we use Teams and Microsoft 365 and SharePoint and all that. How can we use the tools that we have to demonstrate and get better security outcomes by using Power Automate? So I'll share with you a bit of perspective on that. So we had to rethink about how we do security, and you can see that in our transformation journey. So a bit about, I picked a data protection case study because it's relevant and it touches different teams. So when we started off, we realized that, if you can see in the slides, that data is central to our business. And how we manage data, not just structure, not just the files and the Excel files that you work with, the data of our customers in our databases, the data that we analyze, our customers' spending, our trending, and that's central to our business. And we realized that we don't have the skills nor the capabilities. How do we make sure that we protect this data? So we had to build capabilities. And to take that further, we also had to have conversations with our different stakeholders, the business, meaning our sales team, our enterprise team, our consumer team, our procurement team, our legal team. What data is important that you need every day that you use that is important to you? So we had to come up with a sort of catalog of what's important to the business. Then we had to figure out, again, this is not us saying that we know everything, but rather we have to figure out with the business what's important to you, how do we protect them? And we had to do it in an incremental fashion, in a sort of a step-by-step approach. Now, so you saw the business problem that we have. This is just one among the many things that cybersecurity has to do. So it's a lot of areas. So I just picked data. And we had to work. So the first thing that we did is we had to work with what's important to you as a business. So we had our procurement saying that our procurement decks and our procurement decisions are important. We had our sales team that says that our sales leads and our customer details are important. So we've had that conversation with them. Then we looked into getting people to, okay, let's get a few people to advise us, get some experts, hire some people, and look at partners that can help us in this journey. So we took the second step, look for the right people. Third step is, what do we have now internally within Maxis before we go on a procurement and a technology spend? What do we have now that we can implement? So we start small. And that's sort of the concept of cloud, a conversation, starting small, iterating, and seeing what works. And last of all is, okay, let's go and work with our internal team as well, and see how we can automate certain capabilities. Now, we work with our internal team that does solutions. Our Desmond is from our cloud team. So we work with him and leveraged our Office 365 solutions. So what we came up with was quite impressive. So we had, so our problems were, okay, so I'll just share with you the outcome. So we worked with Desmond, and we automated certain things. So for example, the automation was pretty cool. So whenever somebody leaves a company, what we don't want is our intellectual property to go out. So we implemented, enhanced our Office 365 solutions with Microsoft Information Protection. We added a rule to say that the moment that you leave the company, all your data, you require passwords to access your Microsoft Office files and Excel files, because we don't want this information to go out of the company. And that's out of the box. And Desmond, our cloud team, helped us in that journey. We also had quite a bit of success in terms of working with our HR team to ensure that all our employees participate in our awareness programs. Now, granted, the content might not be very good, and people are forced to attend it because HR forces them to attend, but it's something that we work on. So to sort of give you an idea that, yes, we had a pretty good run with our different divisions and different teams to push awareness as the agenda. We had a good partnership with our cloud team to actually automate controls. Our internal team, just to add to that point, is our internal team worked on Microsoft Power Automate internally. So now, if somebody were to send an email out to Gmail and our data protection team detects it, they'll get a Teams chat to say, did you send this document out? And please justify why you did this, because it's confidential. And that's automated through our Power BI and Power Automate workflow. We're taking it another step further to manage that cases with HR in SharePoint as well. So we're using existing tools. We're automating with our internal teams, our cloud team, and our internal capabilities. And we're taking that to the next level by using tools that we have and capabilities that we have. And that's a conversation, and that's capability development. So that sort of gives you an idea of how we're innovating and how we're trying to look at different solutions, which goes back to the point that we discussed, that conversation has to happen, and it has to happen across the business units. We've also had good successes in terms of making sure that our business stakeholders own data protection, because as much as I do security, I don't know what's important to the business. Neither do I know what is an important. Maybe I'll give you a different example. Now, we work with our customer contact center team, and on average, we have a few hundred. I forgot. I don't remember the statistics offhand. We had a lot of contact center agents looking at customer details. Now, is that activity okay? Not okay. How do we know what's okay and what's not okay? The cybersecurity team can't tell you. But the contact center teams know, and the managers and the departments know what's okay and what's not okay. So just take an example. Just as an example now. On average, a contact center agent can do 100 queries a day. And suddenly when it jumps up to 1,000, something is wrong. And that's where the conversation happens, and setting in rules to say that, okay, if it's above 150, let's look into what the person is doing. So that's what I mean by the first one. We have business now accountable for developing or co-developing rules with us to see what's important to them. That's number one. Second is we've had good results in terms of investigating and the awareness programs that we have. We've also had good success with our partners, Desmond and our internal team, to automate business processes. And that results in successfully detecting if data is going out of Maxis that we would like to protect and that we don't want to do, because that's intellectual property. You have 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 different teams spending at 1 year developing models, and we don't want that to go to our competitors. So that sort of gives you an overview, a quick overview of having internal conversations, leveraging capabilities internally, and extending that and offering that to sort of our customers. So when you look at our success as a cybersecurity team and bringing in these quality conversations, it's commitment by the management to support the cybersecurity program. It's working together. It's having that visibility and shared commitment and conversations, as well as partnerships. And that's where we hope that we are able to have this sort of partnership. And underlining that is our Maxis culture and Maxis values, of which I just wanted to spend 1 or 2 minutes when you look at this. This is what powers me as an individual, as a team, and brings the Maxis team together. I do an internal role, and my colleagues in enterprise does an external role. But when you look at the values here, is that it's not my job, but I am responsible to give and to provide advice to customers if they need to. And that's sort of the beauty about the culture and the beauty about the people and the services and the offerings that we are able to provide to customers. So that's it. A quick sharing from me. My colleague, I think Eugene, will talk about data in the cloud. And that's a totally different topic. I gave you an example of data in files and Excel files. It's a lot to talk about. And I'm more than happy to have that conversations with you. You could reach out to Desmond and our enterprise team, and we are always open to share whatever internal practices that we have for the betterment of our customers. So it's a journey. Cybersecurity is a journey, and it's a conversation, not something that this is the way to do it, and there's only one way to do it. So I hope that sort of gives you a bit of a perspective about how we do cybersecurity in Maxis, supported by a great culture and a partnership with all the different respective stakeholders in Maxis. So thank you for your attention and your participation today.
All right, thank you so much, Daud. Yeah, it's actually interesting to see that cybersecurity is no longer just an IT responsibility, right? It's now a responsibility of almost everyone in the organization. Especially when you looked at the video earlier on, you can carry your information just on your fingertips, right? So cybersecurity is really something that I guess every individual employee in the business will need to understand. Next up, we have Desmond Chan, who is the head of Microsoft Cloud Solutions for Maxis, and he will be sharing with you a topic about strengthened financial institution cloud risk management to always be ahead. Let's give a warm welcome to Desmond. Desmond, you've had a lot of introduction earlier on by Daud as well,
Right.
so over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Hi, as introduced, basically I'm the head of Microsoft Cloud Solution. But having said that, we are cloud agnostic, right? We are not here to position Microsoft Cloud today, right? It's going to be what cloud that works well for you as an organization itself, right? So overall itself, we carried varieties of public cloud solution, namely the areas of AWS, like what Kevin has mentioned, right? We have also the areas of Microsoft that's running on the Azure platform. We have our own internal cloud as well that's running on the VMware platform. They're able to offer you the agnostic, right? Comes together with the cloud management platform, right? So it's not really about what cloud that you've chosen, it's what cloud fits you in regards to your business case, right? So today I wanted to share more in details, right? In the power of one between internal and also external, right? So like what Dawes mentioned, we have actually emphasized a lot in terms of drinking our own champagne, right? So whatever technology that we have implemented to the customers, we have actually tested it internally. And as you are aware that internal customers is always not so easy to handle compared to external customers, right? Trust me, right? Daud is very demanding, right? He's not here today, he has one out. He's demanding, right? But that actually gives us a very harsh learning curve, right? For us to help you to nurture and also mature your security portfolio, which we'll actually describe more in details later on in regards to two main portfolio on cloud. The first one is more towards data protection and business continuity. The second one is more towards the cyber security as well, right? So we have demos aligned, and we can share more in details in the next couple of sessions. Right? This is not what Maxis say, but this is actually based on the research coming in from Gartner, coming in from global data, right? And I think the keywords over here is any organization that does not actually go with the cloud-first strategy, you will be likely fall behind competitors. Why is it so? Right? Because in regards to the agility moving into cloud, in regards to provisioning of securities and also the machine learnings and advanced workload, it's much more easier to provision it over to the cloud compared to the on-premise solution. And Maxis will be able to help you to drive the entire maturity because we have done that, right? Example is that in the areas of e-commerce platform, right, we're actually riding on the AWS public cloud, right? On the IoT solutions, we have solutions that's running on Microsoft Azure. In the likes of analytics and machine learning, we're leveraging on Google Cloud, right? So with all these learnings that we have internally itself, right, we will be able to advise you in regards to what clouds best fit for your environment. All right, then in regards to the pandemic has already shifted quite a fair bit in regards to the areas of cloud. The value proposition coming in from Maxis, right, is always about cloud management platform, right? So cloud, being cloud, you can subscribe Azure, you can subscribe AWS to any other partners itself. What is unique to Maxis is that, first of all, like what Kevin has mentioned, connectivity, right? So we have the connectivities interconnect over to the public cloud provider, being it AWS Direct Connect, or being it on the Cloud Connect using Azure as well, right? So this connectivity will give you an open hall, right, to actually interconnect it over to public cloud. The other areas of cloud provisioning is that most customers say that, hey, I have a lot of cloud, AWS, Azure, and also hybrid cloud itself, right? But I don't have a single pane of glass to see the usage and also the pattern of the consumption in between the cloud that I'm actually subscribing to. And that's where the unique value proposition coming in from Maxis. We have the CMP, Cloud Management Platform, that can help you to do metering, right? One simple example is that application that is not being used over the night, right? After the shift itself, you can actually automate a script to actually shut down the services on the cloud, and that in return itself will give you a better ROI, return of investment, right? So these are the CMPs that we have built internally, and we would like to actually offer it to the customers over here as well in running more details on how you can actually help to manage a cloud without sleepless night managing the cloud consumption. Okay, so I've actually put forward this particular 4 key strategic over here as in relation to financial services, right? Probably I just wanted to actually run it through with you on this 4 initiative. I think the first one is no-brainer. Basically, it's quite straightforward. Customers looking into revamping their whole infrastructure and looking into optimizing the cost as well, right? That's where we can able to offer the migration workloads over to the cloud services, right? That could be on infrastructure as a service, but bear in mind, if let's say you wanted to save even further costs, platform as a service is something that you wanted to concentrate on because that is metered through the usage pattern, right? You don't need a heavy infrastructure, for example, right? You can spin off a database and use it based on the number of hours that you wanted. So the migration workload itself, right? We have actually a team led by Edwin, right? Edwin's over here, Sita, right? Strategic IT advisory. They'll be able to offer you assessment and also come out with those planning for you to actually migrate over to cloud. The second item is more towards the areas of effective project, right? So sometimes your boss will say, "Hey, I want to actually run blockchain." Blockchain is actually the latest topic in the current environment. And blockchain, we need to actually get it out within 6 to 8 months, right? So you might not have the idea of how to run blockchain or even AI and machine learning. So come to us, right? Then we will be able to actually help you to offer that kind of service to give you the right audience skill sets to drive that particular technology ahead of curve. The third thing that we talk about is always about cloud cost management, right? So why you want to spend more if you can save more, right? This cloud cost management itself is going to be a cloud management platform that runs through a heterogeneous cloud platform, being it AWS, Azure, or even on-premise environment. If you have HCI, hyper-converged infrastructure, if you have VMware or even other open source, we can also integrate our cloud management platform directly into your cloud to actually put forward a consumption-based baseline for you. And lastly, is going to be the topic for today, right? Focus a lot in terms of disaster recovery and also business continuity, right? So moving to cloud doesn't mean that I give all my responsibilities over to my cloud provider, right? It's actually a shared responsibilities whereby you as a customer itself, right, you still need to maintain the cybersecurity portfolio. You still need to make sure that whatever VMs or even resources that you spin off in the cloud itself is being backup protected from ransomware. And most importantly, right now, financial institution is looking into the third site disaster recovery. First site, not enough. Second site might have actually data that could be penetrated through ransomware. That's where financial institutions are looking into the third site DR, which we call it as a data bunker. And this third site DR itself could be easily conveyed because we are a strong partner with Commvault as well, right? And also we're able to offer the end-to-end solution to help you to drive the maturity of your business continuity plan. Right, so I believe that most FSI has seen this particular content sourced from Financial Sector Blueprint itself, right? And out of this strategic trust number 3, right? What could Maxis actually help you to address your business challenges and requirement, right? So we targeted today's session itself, right, to actually address 2 main portfolio, right? The first one is strengthening cybersecurity, readiness, and responsiveness. Right, so again, like what Dawo has mentioned, we have actually a strong team over here in partnership together with multiple principals to help customers to actually address the cybersecurity roadmap. The other areas is actually having all the cybersecurity, but there's still a loophole for you to actually, for hackers to come in and attain the data. Right? How do you provide a recovery point? That's where the data bunker and data protection comes in, that are able to offer the backup as a service fully managed by Maxis. All right, so in regards to the secure backup and recovery, the backup operations and also the backup as a service for BCP itself, we follow through a very stringent backup recovery framework in financial sector, right? And also we have actually NIST and also NIST TID, TRR in regards to the security compliance. Basically how we actually run through the managed backup services, right? We need to identify what are the current risks that you have, right, in your current environment. So having 2 copies of data, having 3rd copy in the tape itself, right, might also actually open up a conversation on security risks. So in this case, we understand your current business challenges. Subsequently, we look into protecting the data, right? Backing up data, but if you back up anything that is a ransomware has been already penetrated, you will also have that copy of data being in your 2nd copy, right? How do we actually eliminate that? That's where we have airtight, right? Yap will share more in details later on. Right, so we're able to scan through your data set before the data is being backed up and make sure that the 3rd copy of data is super clean. All right. Then we have also the assessment to monitor for your ransomware and insider threats. Lastly itself, if actions are being tracked, right, how do you actually validate the backup data is not being compromised? Right, so all this entire process itself, right, we have done it, and also we will be able to share more in details later on during the demo as well. Right, so what is Maxis' value proposition over here? I think In regards to data protection and business recovery, right, we look into a few approach. First of all, if let's say you have any infrastructure that is very legacy, running on tape, for example, right? You know that LTO tape itself, always after 2 years itself, right? They always come up with a new LTO version. And you only have N-2 version, right, for you to do restoration. So these kind of challenges often happen in financial institution because it tends to archive, right, and put the tapes offsite. But ultimately, you still need to maintain your legacy autoloader, right? So all these things can be eliminated, and you can actually move the third or fourth site data into the cloud. When I say cloud, doesn't really mean it's public cloud, right? It could be public cloud, it could be on hybrid cloud, or it could be in the hosted cloud by Maxis as well. All right. So the second one is tiered backup, right? I think more and more financial institutions is looking into the data bunker, right? So I think this is one of the key strategic trusts. This particular ransomware attack is actually happening in a lot of organizations, especially in overseas itself, right? We have a lot of data sets coming in that the second data itself, right, is not being able to recover. And bank itself lost a lot of customers' data because of this attack, right? So to protect the intellectual property of your database itself, right, of your customer database. So in this case, we actually advise that each of the financial institution could look into the data bunker, and data bunker itself, right, together with our connectivities, you'll be able to offer it as a service to you. All right, and lastly itself, I think Eugene will share more in details in regards to the transformation of security and data digital protection. Right, so with that, we have also the entire team. Basically, what Kevin mentioned, we have, Maxis has hired quite a number of companies, right? And this company itself, right, has their own intellectual properties, and we have actually our own processes, right, and people to help you to manage, right? So we are not starting from ground zero, right? So all those companies that is being hired, for example, like Peering One, ICMS, AudioNet, right, and also Maxis, all these companies itself has been in the market for many years, focusing in their own expertise. And with this hiring of people, means that we're able to deliver and harness our own intelligence to help customers to manage your data, right? And this is actually the continuous monitoring through the CMP that we talk about. We have also proactive issues handling in regards to the events and alerts management. We have also looking into the simplified cloud operations, whereby you can call our support at a 24/7, whereby you have issues in terms of data restoration. Okay, this is actually my last slide over here. I just want to summarize the last 10-15 minutes that I've talked about in regards to what Maxis is able to offer. Right, so as part of the professional services, we have the right expertise over here. The people is in-house, right? We don't actually outsource the third party, right? So rest assured that the return of investment for customers also beneficial as well, right? So it's going to be one single neck to choke. And secondly is we have deployed quite a fair bit of internal project. Our internal project itself being a telco, right? We have actually a lot of restriction and also a lot of challenging platform to back up as well. So rest assured that we have the knowledge to help customers to drive more towards the maturity. In regards to the areas of managed services, and also we have the right cloud expertise and right network. So we have the MAF 3.0, right? So if let's say you have any of the branches requires interconnectivities, that's where we can actually provide an end-to-end service together with SD-WAN, right? And also the areas of direct connect over to the public cloud services. Right, so with that, I will just hand it over to the next presenter. Any questions that you have? Right, if not, then yeah, I'll just hand it over to the next presenter.
Well, thank you so much, Desmond. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Desmond. Yeah, it's also interesting to see the depth of one or like Maxis would take. And we talked about like the rise of like data bunkers, and I guess the interest is peaking over here in Malaysia as well. So as Desmond mentioned, we have our next speaker, Eugene Ang. He's the Security Practice Lead Senior Specialist, and he'll be speaking to you about cloud data breaches and how FSI can prevent them. Let's give a warm welcome to Eugene Ang. Eugene, over to you.
Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Eugene. I'm from the enterprise team, basically the security practice lead. So we basically help our customers not only migrate to the cloud, but also we help them secure our data or assets in the cloud as well. So I just like to begin by saying that data compromise is really a serious threat, and it is increasing year by year. So businesses like yours, I'm sure, are using data to basically have insights of customers and to create new products and services. So not only that, you're using analytics to basically improve efficiency in your environment, improve productivity in your environment. That being said, threat to data is basically the 4th ranking threat reported by the European Union Agency of Cybersecurity. It's the 4th, right behind malware, phishing attacks, and social engineering, and ransomware as well. Ransomware, malware, and social engineering attacks. So it's the 4th. Now, I would say that data compromise basically is based on data leakage as well as data breach. These are the 2 different things, and this is what I'm going to basically give you an idea, the tour of what's happening in the environment, especially for FSIs that are moving your data to the cloud, what's the risk, what's the impact, and this is what I'm going to share shortly, all right? So what you're looking here is all the banks or FSI that have embraced the cloud. This, as you can see, Alliance, Aon, Barclays, these are all banks that have moved to the cloud. And of course, when moving to the cloud, these banks have seen the benefits of it. And basically what I'm going to share is innovation. I'll just speak a little bit about innovation. So of course, you know that gone are the days where you have purchased servers and wait for a few months to provision them. Today, you can spin up an instance in the cloud in just minutes. Secondly, customer demand. Customers today are very demanding. They are looking for an uptime, for instance, 5 nines. 5 nines is a very, very, I would say, robust or very, very, like 5 nines is less than 6 minutes a year of downtime. So it's a very high demand from customers. But the cloud can help them do that. So that's one, customer. And what about growth? Let's take a look at growth. With analytics, businesses have insights today. Insights on what works, what don't work, and that insights can help them grow. And that's why they're leveraging the cloud. And finally, on compliance. AWS, I have to mention this, AWS and Azure have one of the best compliance framework today, especially for security. And they can basically help you meet this compliance regulation and with the framework that they have. So with all these benefits, it's no doubt that sooner or later, the FSI industry will have to adopt and migrate to the cloud, okay? Now, if you take a look at these statistics, about 70% of FSIs say that they have some level of cloud policy, cloud strategy in place. So basically, if you take a look, how many, just a question here, how many of you attending this session here are using O365? Maybe I can have a show of hands. So that's little. I'm surprised. Okay, so majority, I'm sure, have used some level of software as a service. Workday, O365, Salesforce. These are all apps in the cloud, and I'm sure you're using them. Even Gmail, if you're using Gmail, you're in the cloud. And banks are also moving to the cloud, and some of them are moving, and they need to create all these policies in place. Basically a foundation, policies in place to ensure that they are able to meet the risk, especially when moving customer data to the cloud. Of course, if you take a look at this quadrant, you'll see that why banks are not moving. And one of the top hires is basically addressing the risk of protecting customer data. Okay? Now, here's what the current scene look like in Malaysia. So Bank Islam, this is in the news. Bank Islam is basically moving to AWS. RRG is also moving to the cloud. And even BNM. BNM has created a guideline for all FSIs moving to the cloud. And look at the jobs as well. The jobs, we have banks looking for cloud architect, banks looking for cloud engineers. So these are all basically the proof that the growth of cloud, the growth of cloud and cybersecurity risk that needs to be addressed when you move to the cloud, all right? Now we take a look at this guidance. This is a guidance that we ourselves at Maxis use when addressing customers' needs, FSI customers' needs in the cloud. So we use the CTRAC basically document, and the CTRAC document consists of Part A and Part B. Part A is basically the foundation that needs to be put in place prior to moving to the cloud, and Part B is basically the controls that you need to put in place, especially when you want to build a robust design and also for operationalizing that cloud operations. So if you take a look, the first 6 here basically speaks about the foundation that you need to have before moving to the cloud, and the rest 8 here, controls are basically what you need when you're operationalizing your workloads in the cloud, okay? So this is a document that we ourselves use and refer to, especially working with FSIs in the cloud, all right? Some of the things that I think I like to mention is basically speak about the cloud risk framework here. So in terms of the cloud risk framework, when you're moving to the cloud, you have to have the right framework, the right policies in place to basically help you have a structure before moving to the cloud. And then after that, you have to also look at the contracts that you have signed with, for example, AWS or Azure, and also oversights and cloud architecture design. And here's some of it. But the documents basically have detail. I won't go into each and every one of them, but I hope this will help you have a take a look. Anyone from BNM? BNM? Okay, I see. All right. Okay. So let's take a look at some of the cases of data breach, data leak. I want to focus on the middle here, Equifax. This happened in March 2017. So in Equifax case, basically they lost personal data of about 143 million users. And this was due to a vulnerable web portal. So what happened was the data was leaked, and the cost to Equifax is basically they had to pay a 575 million settlement case and a 300 million lawsuit from their customers. So this is what happens, especially when you lose your customer data. And this, if you are in America, America has a very litigious, I would say, culture, suing and all that. Then you have to also deal with the customer lawsuits, all right? And in March 2019, more recent, 100 million customer credit card information was lost, was leaked because of a misconfigured AWS storage bucket. And that cost Capital One 80 million USD in fine and 190 million customer lawsuit. So this is quite bad, I would say, in terms of the fine and amount that these organizations have to pay for the customers. All right? And moving back closer to Malaysia, May 2022, personal data breach in iPay88. Maybe some of you have already received some calls from your bank to change your credit cards due to this impact. But how did it happen? It was not revealed. What's the cost of damage, the fine that iPay88 have to pay is also not known today. But I've read in the news that for iPay88, BNM is scrutinizing iPay88 to ensure that they have security controls in place to basically mitigate the problem. Okay. Next, okay, so what are the common mistakes, especially when you move to the cloud? What are common mistakes? Number one, data leakage through compliance boundaries. And just give you an example, Nestle sensitive data was briefly exposed to the world. So basically what happened is that between December 2020 to January 2021, the network was just left open. There's no basically firewall rules protecting the environment, and that has caused the loss of sensitive information from Nestle, and that's through firewall rules. Second one is publicly exposed bucket, basically data stores. Airport, this is impacting the airports. 4 airport in Colombia, S3 bucket, 3 terabyte of employee data lost because of no authentication. Turkish Airlines, Pegasus, also S3 buckets without password protection, 6.5 terabyte data loss. All right. The third one, data misconfiguration. So data misconfiguration, you do a scan on your AWS or Azure environment. If you find a database, if it's misconfigured, like in the case of the Iranian chat, there was a lot of information that was actually copied out, and then the whole database was wiped out, and then there was a note also asking for ransom. And this was a major case because this chat, Ray chat, is actually quite huge in Iran, and they had to pay basically to get back their data. And as Desmond stated earlier, also sometimes when you pay, you are given the encryption key to decrypt and get the information, but not necessarily all will be. You will get all of it. Sometimes it doesn't work as well. So sometimes that's why data bunker is one of the controls that you can put in place today to basically resolve those kind of cases. Missing encryption, and the last one, missing encryption. Now, if an attacker gets access to your data store, but if you encrypt them, then that would be of no use to them. So you can put the last, basically, defense in the sense that if you're storing sensitive data, please ensure that it's, you have encryption on them, data at rest, because this is a example I got from the Department of Education, New York, where about close to 1 million school students' data was exposed because the data wasn't encrypted. So these are some of the 4 common mistakes that sometimes happens when you move to the cloud, all right? Next, so what can you do to resolve this? So I'm here to share with you 4 strategies with 8 different steps. Each strategy has 2 steps. Strategy number 1, take ownership of your data. Know what your data is, where your sensitive data are. Know what sensitive data are. If you're working with customers, you're collecting customers' data, know that what you're collecting, classify them. Step 1, basically strategy 1. And then strategy number 2, improve your data security posture. Assess where you're keeping this data. Make sure you know where those data are stored. And then incorporate data security, basically encryption at rest. You can put in encryption at rest, encryption in transit for those data, ensuring that permissions for access to data are in place. Control your data, third step. Make sure that this data access is only given to the appropriate audience, those with the least privilege, basically principle. 6 is implement second set of eyes. Ensure that if you want access to a very sensitive data, make sure that you have an approval kind of process in place. And 4th, observe and triage anomalous activities. Basically, you need to have a view of who's accessing data, when and where, so that you are able to see if those data are copied out. So Dawood brought up a good point, especially for Maxis data. When data are being moved out, being sent via emails, especially if confidentially tagged classified emails, those we can actually detect, and we can report, and we have a process for it. So if your organization needs something like that, we can speak about it. But what it does is that it can be customized to your needs, basically. All right, and then create an alert and triage as well. So these are the 4 strategies and 8 steps that you can use to basically when migrating data and securing your data in the cloud. Okay. So, okay. So I come to my last slide now. So today, just for today, we are working with Principal to basically have a partnership to give you a 30-day trial if you are interested. We have later, our partner will be speaking also a little bit on the cloud guard posture management. So we can have a speak about it. Basically, it gives you, if you're on multi-cloud, have you in visibility on what's configured, the 4 common mistakes like I shared earlier, to help you see if that's happening in your environment. We can do that. And then provide basically a report for you. So the demo will be coming up shortly by our partner, all right? So I come to the last slide. Any questions? I mean...
Yeah, I think in the interest of time, so Eugene, you'll be part of the Q&A session as well.
Yes.
So maybe for those of you who have questions for Eugene, you can save them for the Q&A session. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Eugene Ang. Right now we will be actually going for a quick refreshment break. And due to the interest of time, we want to make sure that you can also enjoy your lunch at the right time, which is quite important. So instead of giving you a 20-minute break, I am giving you all a 10-minute break. Is that okay with everyone here today? Yeah, all right. So a 10-minute quick refreshment break. Basically, you can go out, get some coffee, get some water, head to the toilet, and then come back. 10 minutes, we will see you back here at 10:50. But before you leave, I just want to do a quick reminder because there is going to be a free one-on-one business backup as a service consultation for everyone here today, and it's worth 5,000 ringgit. So you could do this by just heading up to any of the Maxis representatives that you see here today. Just go up to them, let them know that you're interested in this. They will arrange an appointment with you. So with that, hopefully that got you excited. We'll see you back in 10 minutes. And yeah, enjoy the quick refreshment. Thank you, everyone. good little refreshment. I know it was a little bit quick. Some are still walking in. So apologies for this because we're all trying to squeeze, because we do have an exciting second half of the event. There's going to be a solution use case and a live demo. So without further ado, let's invite our next speaker of the day, Mr. Yap Kim Seong. He's the head of Enterprise Backup Services, and he will be speaking about air gapping disaster recovery facility with Maxis Backup as a Service. Mr. Yap, over to you.
Very good morning, everyone. My name is Kim Seong, head of Enterprise Backup. I would like to start off with some security fact check. Right, I'm here to talk about data protection, but because today we will be talking about security and also air gapping, right, in data protection, I will just quickly go through some fact check related to cybersecurity attack. And also, I'm going to share my personal experience, yeah, we are in dealing with cybersecurity from the data protection perspective. If you look at this fact, 58% of threats come from within an organization. So it's actually more than half, right? More than half, more than 50%. I used to be a TAM, Technical Account Manager, for one of the Fortune 500 companies, right? Being TAM, my role is actually to coordinate between customer request, operational issue with the principal support, right, at the back end. So when I first stepped into this organization, right, fair enough, they have great technology, structured process, but the only thing that concerns them the most is employee, right? So I still remember one of the staff told me that he just lost internet access. I said, why? Right? Apparently this staff accidentally clicked on a phishing link, but it's not a real one, right? It's actually a simulation, right, from within the organization, right? So the first attempt, right, let's say you are found, right, guilty for the first time, you will be banned from using internet for the next 3 months. Very strict. Now what happens if you found guilty again the second time? No joke, yeah? No internet permanently. So this is how strict the company is, right, in dealing with cybersecurity, all right? And 75% of companies infected with ransomware were running up-to-date endpoint. Now, this is in line with my colleague and also my personal experience, right? You know, the PPT framework, people, process, technology, right? Among all these three components, which one do you think is the weakest one? Human, right? So that company definitely, in terms of protection, detection, everything is in place. It's only the people, right? Now, I'm going to show you in my last session, right, in my demo session, right, how we actually automate this to avoid or to prevent, right, any human error. In fact, this organization, the one that I was in as a TAM, they try to automate everything, including data protection, right? If they have new project, right, how they automate this project to protect the data is they try to use a workflow, right? By clicking one button, all these new servers, all new workloads will be automatically protected, right? There is no that kind of a manual work of installing agent, right? So that shows that how important the automation is, which I will showcase in the demo later. Yeah, 34% of businesses hit with malware took a week. Another personal experience. Back in 2017, if you can recall, what was that? Global incident, right? Ransomware attack. Wanna cry, right? So what is that? It is a type of attack that asks for ransom payment in Bitcoin cryptocurrency format. All right. So 3 of us, including myself, back and forth, Malaysia, Singapore, to help one customer in Singapore to recover the data from this attack. It's no joke, right? More than a month, seriously, more than a month. Now, being a vendor, of course, we work 9 to 5, but I can see people in that organization, right, were so stressful. It's like 24/7, non-stop, right? You have to bring back your operation, have to recover your data from the attack, right? Like, fortunate enough, they have this backup copy, right? And we were able to help that customer to recover the data, right? But again, it took 1 month, right? So why is it so long? We're going to relate back the automation in the demo later, yeah? Now, again, I can relate back these 2 points to my my colleague presentation earlier, right? They were talking about security, and I would think that all of you will agree with me if I say that these 2 components, right, are not uncommon, right? It's not a luxury to have. It is must have in your organization, right? Firewalls, right? Who do not have firewalls, right? Everyone must have this component in place. Detection, right? Antivirus scan is a basic stuff, right? Every organization must have these 2 components, right? And of course, the last defense, if you fail to prevent, if you fail to detect, at least you have a backup to recover, right? But would it be a possibility that this component will also fail? Possible, right? What if the attack, right, goes into your backup infrastructure? Now, this is what I'm going to demo in the last session later, all right? Now, fair enough, if today you cannot prevent, you cannot detect, you are able to restore your data. But what if your data is also a corrupted set? Your backup data is also a corrupted set. How are you going to recover that? Right? We're going to talk about this in our demo. How do we actually automate this process? How do we actually prevent, right, this your backup data, right, from being attacked as a result of a ransomware attack, right? Now, because of that, this is common, and now we introduce another technology called data bunker, a third site. Now, what is this data bunker, right? So, data bunker is a secure storage allocated to data set. Now, it looks like a very generic term, right? I'll give you an example. It can be a physical site, right? Or it can be a infrastructure within your production environment, right? What are the features that to determine this is a data bunker and this is not a normal DR site? Okay, we're going to go through the features later. Now, basically, why you need data bunker, right, is because, like my colleague mentioned earlier, you need clean data, all right? You need flexibility of testing your data in an environment. Then you may have a question in your mind. Then what about my DR site, right? It shouldn't be like my DR site is good enough to handle all this. Now, let me ask you a question. If you do a DR drill, right, how do you do your DR drill? You probably need to involve the user and also the infra team, right, to plan for your DR, right? Probably you need to, shifting your operation from the production to DR site, right? This is actually a huge impact, right, or a lot of efforts that you require to run all this DR drill. Now, what if I tell you that you can do a drill in the third site with minimal impact to your business, right? This third site will allow you to do recovery drill, right? Test your data, all right? And even to do a simulation. Your user will be able to access it, but at the same time, your production or even your data side will still be intact, right? No changes to your production, no changes to DR. That is what we call data bunker. Flexibility of doing drills, right, without any impact, okay? So, now, the key features of data bunker: isolation, okay? Network segmentation. This is common, right? Because when you have a physical site or even you have a separate infrastructure within your production site, you may want to have a different network segment. That is common, right? Firewall, access control. Now, what about air gapping, right? This is to complement the isolation component. So when I say air gapping, imagine I have different segments, right? I allow the data flow freely from the source to my target, right? This can be configured through the network devices, everything. But do I have a mechanism to detect when I allow you to do replication, when I allow you to do backup? You can't, right? With this, okay? That's when the air gapping technology comes in to help our customer to automate the entire process, right? By doing this, the air gap feature will determine who can access into my data bunker, when can I allow you to come in to do replication. Now, it's kind of a pool technology, right? Usually, when we do replication, you configure replication by pushing the data from the source to destination, right? That is a common way of doing replication. But in data bunker, it's the other way around, all right? Data bunker will decide when I will allow you to come in, right? So in terms of control, this is definitely better than our traditional replication feature. Okay, I'm going to showcase later in our lab. Okay, and another feature is warm copy, and this is common, right? We will definitely want to turn on this log, right? If the resources are sufficient, right? We want to turn on this retention log to ensure that anything comes in, right? Once you set the retention, right? We will not be able to modify this, right? You only can increase the retention, but cannot reduce it. Okay, this is one of the protection feature as well, and we also consider part of the key feature of data bunker. And readiness, right? Response. This is what I meant. You can do all your drill in data bunker, right? In my data bunker infrastructure, I have the tiering of data. You can choose what data that you want to recover, how fast you want to recover, right? Using what technology. All these tests can be done freely without impacting your production and DR side. All right? And what else? Honeypot. Okay? This honeypot we are talking about here is not those that you can find in your security solution. Right? This is within the data protection solution. Okay? We have a mechanism to detect if a system, right, has been infected by ransomware, or even before that, right, this a plugin that we install into the source will be able to generate alert when the initial attack occurs, right? With that, you may be able to prevent further damage to your organization. Okay, so storage lockdown and encryption, right, which my colleague has mentioned earlier. Blackout window, this is also will be used together with our air gap technology to automate the entire process. How we actually manage the data flow in our air gap, right? We will use this blackout window as well. We're going to showcase this in our demo, right? And also assessment, all right? This is also important, right? As in, whether after we set up our data bunker, how do we actually evaluate, right? Whether it is actually comply, right, with the security compliance, right, the standard ISO, right? We have the assessment in place. Okay, so this assessment is not something that we need to integrate with some other product, right, or some other solution. It's actually in place. It's one of the reporting feature within the solution as well. Right, so all this is actually a data bunker. Now, it's actually a framework. We may not be able to implement all, but at least we can actually give ourselves a score, right? Within all these features, right? How many of them that can be implemented in our environment, all right? Now, in Maxis, we don't believe project deployment, one-time project deployment. Now, our intention here is actually to grow together with our customer, right? Hence, we will have a comprehensive framework from assessment, right, and come up with a design, and then implement with our certified and experienced resources, and also help our customer to manage the environment. And not only that, right, we do not stop there. Because we always believe we also need to bring up our customer, right, so that we can actually drive, help them to drive the infrastructure maturity, right? Now, because of that, we will do enablement. So this is our promise to our customer, right? Today, if we manage the infrastructure for our customer, right, in terms of a backup as a service, we manage the infrastructure for the customer. We do not just want to own that infrastructure, right? By right, we are not supposed to own the infrastructure. We will co-manage together with our customer. Now, how we actually do that? By giving customer enablement, right? The enablement will be able to bring customer up to par, right? How to maintain the infrastructure at the optimum level, and at the same time, right, be always ready to adopt to new technology, right? This is our intention, right, in driving our Maxis offerings, all right? So, and I think someone, just now we have a ad earlier, what we will do for today only, for anyone who is in this hall, who are interested, right, to get a free assessment from our team, right? We're more than happy to do that. All right, so what this assessment covers is we will do an assessment on your operational issue, right? I would like to hear from you, your requirement, right, your request, and then we see whether we can actually help you to convert this into a high-level design, right? And then how you actually can improvise your current environment, right? Of course, we will not stop there, right? If you are interested to find out more, right, then we can actually go in depth further how to actually help you to transform your current backup infrastructure or DR infrastructure to probably to expand to like what we have covered earlier, a data bunker site. I think data bunker in the FSI industry is not a new thing, right? I believe some of you may have already heard this term, right? And it is not something that very difficult, right? So when I first heard this data bunker, what is this data bunker? So the moment the more I explore this terminology, I realized that again it's just tied back to security, right? How we actually use security to ensure that your data sitting in a different set of data sitting in another location, right, is well protected. All right. So with that, I'll end my presentation. If you have any question, I'll pass it back to Jeff first.
All right, thank you. Give a brief round of applause for Kim Seong. And I believe he will be doing a bit of a demo in just a bit. So while we wait for the setup to happen, for him to be able to do the demo, Just a quick reminder that if you have any questions, we will do that during the Q&A session. And also for those of you who are here, remember, I think Kim Seong mentioned, so there is the one-on-one backup as a service consultation that is worth 5,000 ringgit, and that's available only today. And then later, after the Q&A session, we will be doing a lucky draw. Then there will be two winners for today. So if we are ready for the live demo, let's welcome back Yap Kim Seong to continue with your solutions, use case, and your demo. The team is ready. And yeah, you're good? All right. So ladies and gentlemen, give a big round of applause for Mr. Kim Seong.
All right, so what we are going to showcase here is, you can see this is our solution portal, right? And you can do your own design as well, right? Basically, what we do here is we actually customize our landing page. I know that a backup as a service infrastructure, right? To FSI, right? You may not want to use third party, or you can actually customize this portal to fit your compliance, right? You may want to change your disclaimer. All this can be done. Okay, we are actually doing this for today demo. We change to a Maxis, then we okay. So what we can do here is, other than the cosmetic part, very importantly, the dual authentication, right? Even today, the data protection technology, we are able to offer dual factor authentication here. So what happens here is, my colleague is going to key in the password, not password, the log-on, the username, and immediately she will need to key in the 6-digit authentication code, right, generated from the mobile phone. All right. Okay. So no joke, if you see her now looking at the phone, it's not any number, yeah? Right? So it's a 6-digit, just like you're doing a banking transaction, yeah? All right? Then you will see a landing page. Okay, you see a landing page here. And this page is actually built with AI technology, machine learning technology, right? Why? Because there is so much information that we can actually pull from the back end, but the system will only show you the important one. And this page can be used in your call center, in your SOC, right? To ensure that your backup environment, right, is always healthy. Okay, so all this information is critical information, right? Because back end, there are too many things. We just want to show you the important one. Okay, that is one. So what I'm going to showcase the first demo is how fast you can actually recover your data in the event of disaster, right? Due to infrastructure, hardware failure, or due to attack. Okay, so what we're going to do here is, my colleague now, right, is going to fill over to a DR site. Now, this is different from the traditional backup and restore, right? If you can see here, I'm not going to do any data recovery. I just need to click one button only, okay? I click one button, right? There will be a workflow at the back end. So what will happen is, if you look at the, this is Azure, yeah? We're talking about, we're doing this with Azure. Can we go to the, yeah. You can see I have two virtual machines here. One is actually running, right? This is our source. Imagine this is your production VM. And then we have, this is our destination, right? Imagine this is in the cloud. Now, what my colleague will do is, she will actually run failover with just one button, right? We will be able to automatically shut down the source, all right? And power on the target machine, right? And it will take probably about 15 minutes to bring up the system, and user can start accessing the system, just like that. There is no data recovery at all. Now, how we are able to achieve this is ongoing. There is a replication. We apply the changes, right, from the source to destination periodically. So with that, there is no restore job that you need to trigger. Okay, so the data is always up to date. Okay, with this kind of approach. Any questions so far? All good? All right. Okay, so let's do a fill over now. Okay, so you can see the process: power off, run. This assuming that you are doing a what you call plan DR, right? You will have the last thing, but in this case, we assume this is a disaster, right? Replication will be triggered, right? Then it will disable the replication and power on the DR machine. So all this is done using workflow, right? There is no manual intervention. And this is why I keep stressing at my first screen that why human error, so common, we try to eliminate those kind of error. So we use workflow to control that, right? Yeah, so the failover is now running, right? We'll just let it run for a while. We move on to, because it will take probably about 15 minutes. Good enough, right? This is much faster than the traditional restore, okay? So this can be done with a combination of on-prem to the cloud, on-prem to on-prem, cloud to cloud, even with a different hypervisor, right? Today you have a Hyper-V, you have VMware, you want to convert it to Azure, right? AWS EC2 Instant, Google GCP platform, all these combinations are supported, okay? So you can see the conversion is actually running, right? If your source is VMware, you don't need third party to do the conversion. It's actually doing a live conversion now, all right? Okay, while waiting for this, we move on to the next demo. So the next one, we talk about honeypot, okay? In our solution, we actually plant one file into our system, right? If so happens that an attacker try to modify that file, it's actually an Excel file, all right? It will trigger alert, all right? And you will get notified. Okay, so what my colleague just now, she did is actually to replace the original, we call decoy file with another new file, right? Just this is to simulate we make change to the honeypot file. So you can immediately see alert, right? This activity was detected, right? And you will get notified. I mean, we can configure email notification, or you have a SOC monitoring. We can actually send this information to the SOC as well, right? And the other feature that we want to showcase is we mentioned about ransomware attack, right? We do have a feature to protect our backup storage, all right? So, and it is by default enabled, right, in the solution. So what it means is that with this enable, my colleague is going to try to delete the backup file in the storage, right? We'll see what happens. It's locked down. See? Right? What it means is that the solution has already blocked all the third-party processes from going into the backup storage. Only the software itself has the right to access the storage. Okay, so this is by default. No fancy, no customization. All right, so that is the storage lockdown feature. Okay, and now, right, the one that the highlight of the demo, we're going to showcase use the air gap, right? How we actually automate the replication, right? So if you look at this diagram, right, you can imagine here you have a source, you have a production site here, and we have a third site, or you can call data bunker, okay? So what happens is, I have a blackout window. Usually, right, I would say usually you don't implement it, right, even though you have the feature in your current solution. But I think after this, you may want to evaluate whether you want to turn this on or not. So what blackout window does is that my backup only starts at 9, finish at 6 a.m., right? And then probably you have a DR site, you want to do replication. I probably take another half day to complete the replication, right? Now, other than that, you do not want any activity to run in your environment. Yes, please go ahead to use your blackout window, okay? In your current, I believe your current software can do that, right? But what about controlling, right? Backup window is just based on schedule, period, right? But what about controlling? How do I control who and when you can actually replicate the data? Backup window cannot do that, okay? So what we do here, we complement this feature by introducing air gap, okay? So we have an air gap workflow here, and in this air gap workflow, we have a middleman, or we call it proxy, right? So this middleman will determine whether I allow you to come in to my environment or not. And this middleman will use the pull method. Pull means what, right? If I'm online, but if you try to push your data to me, no, I don't accept. Okay? It's me to control. It's me to control whether you are what they call a legitimate user, or you are the legitimate source, right, to send the data over to me. This is what we call pull method, right? So air gap is everything based on pulling data, not pushing data, right? So you can see we integrate this together with network segmentation, with all this firewall IPS in place. You will be able to control this third site completely, right, compared to the DR, right, by introducing air gap. So we will move into the demo now. So you can see here, yeah, so this blackout window is enabled, right? Now imagine this blackout window is enabled from daytime, say 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. During these 12 hours, if someone trying to trigger a job, you cannot run the job at all in your environment because I have the blackout window in place, all right? Now, so we're going to try to run a job, all right? Yeah, so you can see here, all right? I cannot run replication, all right? This is a replication job. I mean, just forget about all this jargon, right? Lamentum is a replication copy from source to destination, from your production to DR site, all right? So while I try to trigger it, but because it is still a blackout window, within the blackout window, right, I cannot run this job at all, okay? So you have the full control on it. Now, assuming now blackout window is over, right, you will be able to see this status change to something else, all right? Now, we don't turn on this first, okay? We go back. Okay, so now blackout window has been disabled, okay? When you refresh, the replication status will change, right? See, change to waiting. Why? I thought after disabling the blackout window, I'm able to run the job. No, remember, we have another control, the air gap, right? The proxy that we mentioned earlier is still offline, right? It only can be turned on using our workflow. So all this is done automatically. There's no manual work, but because of today's demo, we manually go and run it, right? Other than that, in your environment, we will configure it automatically based on schedule, right? Together, we work with this blackout window. Now, right? We're going to enable our proxy. Okay, why proxy not allowed? Because, why is still waiting? Because we already set in such a way that if you want to replicate data to my backup storage, you have to go through this proxy. If this proxy is offline, you can't do anything. Okay, so this is the control. This is the gateway for external traffic to come into data bunker. So we will enable. So we have two workflow here. We're going to enable the second one. All right. So we will power on this proxy. Later you will see after I think about 1 or 2 minutes, the replication job will be able to run. All right. Now, although you see me clicking here and then, but in actual fact, when come to your real life setup configuration, is done automatically. Right. Again, this is what? To avoid any human intervention, avoid any human error. Right. So this is how we, like my colleague Dawood said, process. Right. Process is, and again, like he said, this is not a destination, it's a journey, right? Which will keep, improving, right? Help customer to keep improving the backup infrastructure. Now today we might turn on this air gap. Tomorrow, if you have a different requirement, we will find another solution to fit into their request. All right. So yeah, we go back to the job status. Now you can see that the replication will be in running state. Yeah. So, okay, just give about 1 or 2 minutes. Now, before, while waiting, right, can we actually, yeah, see, already running. Sorry, this is air gap work. Where is the replication? We come back, okay? My colleague just turned on the workflow. So now we go back to visit the failover. All right, go back to visit the failover, please. All right. Okay, you can see the source earlier, it was running. Now it will turn to stop. And then later on, you will see this DR. Is it running? The DR supposed to be in running state? Yeah. Okay, plan failover here. Yep, you can see this progress. So probably we do not need to wait. What I'm going to highlight here is automation. All right, we do recovery in a automated way, and we do your data replication, your third site, how you actually get your third copy of data also in a workflow. Everything is through workflow, right? We no longer use manual work, right? So just like the customer mentioned, the Fortune 500 company, right? They have a very comprehensive automation technology, right? The reason why they want to do this is only one reason, right? Human, right? They, put it this way, they do not trust the staff, okay? Because true enough, it happened in that organization because of a human mistake, right? The operator actually deleted the backup management server. So I was there. So when the log case, the operator log case with support, right? Or support say because they fail to install certain component. Okay, you probably need to uninstall this agent. So the operator thought that the support, asked them to uninstall the core component. So end up the whole backup infra was down because the backup management server was uninstalled, right? And it was a nightmare. All these big organization, they have all this support, follow time zone. Yeah, Malaysia, APAC. You have EMEA, you have US. So the challenge here is that we try to build the server, right? We already built the server, but the thing is the database administrator is actually in another time zone. So all this took about a week plus to bring up, right? So after that, they really look into this, and they actually stop all this manual work. Okay. All right. So you can see, is it running already? Right. Correct. Yeah, so probably we do not need to wait for that, right? The key point, the key takeaway here is automation. All right. So with that, I'll end my demo. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Kim Seong. It's always very difficult when you do a live demo, but it's beautiful to see that it actually when it's done, it's fully automated. So in this kind of environment, it's always a challenge. But moving on, we have the next solution use case and the demo. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Elvin Lee. He's the security consultant team lead for Checkpoint. Elvin?
All right, yeah. Hi, good morning, everyone. So, yep, let's go back. Yeah. So my name is Alvin Lee. So those who don't know me, in fact, I'm the Checkpoint. I'm from Checkpoint. So I'm the security consultant team lead in Malaysia's organizations, right? So I think without any further delay, because I think we are running out of time already. So I don't want to drag too much time of everybody for their lunch. So let's quickly go through before we start about this topic, right? So usually we talk about what the cloud movement. So any one of you over here, right? Your current organization already have the cloud adoptions, and probably you already have the start to have the public cloud engagements like AWS, Azure. How many of you over here? Right, luckily we still have some. All right, so let's quickly talk about this. So easily just list down a couple of the top security challenges currently that we have. So eventually the top one will be increase your attack surface. So what does it mean? So currently whatever you have in your on-prem solutions, right? Probably you have all your world-class protection, you have a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 firewall, you have IPS, you have APT. So whatever those kind of securities, parameter protections, whatever you have currently, right, is basically help you to protect into your on-prems, into your on-prems data center only. So what happened if, let's say, suddenly my management asks me to go for the move all my access towards to the cloud. So these are actually a lot of things that we might need to put into consideration. So in layman term, I think some of you is probably from the procurement background, and probably you don't not really understand about IT. So in layman terms, how usually we do is, right? So usually if let's say we have a kids, right? So probably our kids running into our house, compound, whatever, we have our main gate, we have everything, we have the 100% visibility on what our kids doing at our house, right? What happens today, we send them to their school. So it will be similar to these cases. Whatever access you put it to cloud, right? Eventually it will create a lot of attack surface whereby everybody can access directly, right, towards to the cloud. So if let's say you send our kids to school, immediately it will context to public, right? So whether do we have the minimum protection for our kids or not, like probably wearing the mask to school, or even we provide certain things to make sure that our kids while at school, we will have some control on that. So that's why the second point, so you look at here, in fact, there's interrelated top securities that we are talking about. So secondly, we are talking about the lack of visibility or tracking. So usually when we send our kids right to school, you were lacking of visibility already, right? Then even how are we going to track our kids, whether they are doing the bad thing at school or not, whether they, after they go to the washroom, they wash their hand or whatever or not, right? So same things to the access, whatever we spin it to the cloud. Do we have a visibility? Do we understand that what our users trying to do, whereby they try to already offload whatever data right towards the cloud, and how are we going to track that, right? Then thirdly will be the misconfigurations, whereby a lot of times, especially if you are managing the multi-cloud. So we don't have all the experts in place, right? Somehow we are the humans. We always make a lot of mistakes. So probably some of the assets really spin up on the cloud itself, but we forgot to, somehow after we're doing the testing, we forgot to close out the gap. And whereby this is not the internals, we still have the tier 1 firewall, tier 2 firewall to help us to protect it. Immediately, these things, right, it will actually expose to the public. So if let's say certain things that we misconfigure it, in fact, it will make a very, very big mistakes that a hacker will directly come into it, right? And the fourth one will be the managing multi-cloud. So if let's say today we have Azure in place, we have AWS, we have Alibaba Cloud, we have Google Cloud. How are we going to train our expert, right, to manage different cloud? So even those that ideally the cloud architecture will be similar, but somehow when you want to configure like the 3S buckets compared to the AWS or Azure, right, there's a different method for you to do the configurations, right? And the last piece will be more to compliance and regulation. So usually this will be applicable to those like, especially on the FSI or even the healthcare, right? So some of the compliance that will requires to meet in order for us to move it to cloud, especially like the RMID or even just now, someone mentioned about the C-track, Eugene mentioned about the C-track, right? So we will need to make sure that whatever data sitting into our cloud will actually follows the regulations, right? So let's move on. So this is basically from Gartner. So why Gartner emphasize about this thing? So if let's say most of the cloud vendors, right, you have actually heard about the CNAPs. So CNAP is basically talking about the cloud native applications protections platform, right? Whereby they always mention about these three things. How are we going to control our cloud in terms of the provide the security? So first thing first will be the CSPM, whereby this CSPM stands for the Cloud Security Posture Management, whereby we are able to provide you the visibility on whatever's your network topology, because whatever we spin out to the cloud, right, it will be basically talking about the east-west, right, microsegmentations. We don't have the physical views that how our access flow to like switches, then to tier 2 firewall, right, tier 1 firewall, then only go to internet. But somehow this everything, it will be blind at your blind spot. So with these CSPM's modules, we're able to automatically provide you the full visibility. Means that whatever access supposedly sitting into the external or internal. So they will actually help you to form out the entire network flow. Then followed by the CSNS, so whereby this is more to like network security. So it will be similar like currently what we have into our on-prems. It's basically this kind of like firewall function, but it's not pure firewall functions. We actually provide us the next-gen firewall, whereby we are able to provide you the application awareness, right? And up there currently, if let's say you subscribe to the NACSP, the cloud service provider, probably they will only give you the basic firewall features. So with these things, in fact, Gartner will actually recommend you to not only using the basic firewall, but you also need to consider about the IPS, DOS attack, or even SWAF, those kind of things. And the last piece, we'll be talking about the CWPP. So this is basically talking about the workload protections. So whereby once everything's will move it to cloud, right? How are we going to protect our cloud assets? So we are not only talking about the VM environments, because VM, in fact, we're still able to put the agents or whatever, right, to scan all our servers. But we are actually even drill down talking about the containers or even the serverless, or talking about the Docker things, right? So basically this piece, we are not only talking about the network side, we also need to protect our workload, right? So basically when we talk about Gartner's, right? So Gartner, actually when the times, they come out the CNAP 1.0, we basically mainly cover on the security side only. Means that the cloud security side, with these three components, we are able to close out all the gap. But bear in your mind, because currently a lot of like DevSecOps, they are already involved into the cloud involvement, right? So basically, these are the missing part, right, that we'll need to cover. Because our developers, once they start to build their applications, right, towards directly to the cloud, so whether they will need to go through the, if let's say you are the development team, right, you will usually follow the CI/CD, this kind of like frameworks, right? So whereby Gartner actually from last year onward, they call out the new CNAP 2.0. Whereby they will actually cover for this piece. And So proud that I will just tell you that in fact checkpoints, we are the one, we are not the only one, but we are also one of the vendors that we are able to support end-to-end solutions, even not only for the cloud security, but also for the DevSecOps. So what happens DevSecOps? Why this is so important? Because usually you talk about the serverless API or even the CIDC, CD platform, right? So usually before we turn the development team, right, when they develop apps, when they turn into the operation, usually they will do everything. Then only they compile, then only they start to do scanning, right? So if let's say they found any vulnerability after they compile everything, then they will actually need to roll back, right? So that's why you look at their framework is actually the infinity sign. So they were never ending. So if let's say they trigger out anything, they will fall back. So with these CI/CD platforms, right, CI/CD's architectures and the infrastructure as a code, in fact, we will immediately trigger if, let's say, there's any loopholes, right, sitting in behind. Okay, so we don't wait until the developers compile the entire applications, then only we'll fall back. Immediately during the development times, we'll start to do the scanning already. All right, so today's topic, we're not going to talk about this. So, yeah, so this is basically what we have currently. So in CloudGuard, in fact, we do able to provide you end-to-end solutions, especially on the cloud side. So because due to the too many topics over here, so today we are more focused on the CSPM itself. So let me open up everything. So yeah, we do have the network security, as mentioned just now, right, which is the so-called the parameters protections, not only firewall, but IPS, APT, those kind of things as well. Right. Then second piece, so this one we will come back later. So mainly we'll talk about this cloud security posture management later. So how are the visibilities, what are the controls that we're able to provide to you later on. Then, and the cloud workload protection as well, right? Then followed by, we do have our web apps protection as well, and even the API protections. Okay, and last but not least, in fact, all our family product will leverage on our Track Cloud. So Track Cloud is our data lake. So it means that whatever incidents or whatever's latest track, we're able to get the latest verdict. In fact, we actually feedbacks to the brains, the main brain, right? Whereby the main brains will actually share across not only for the gateway itself, for cloud, even for the endpoint. Right, so yeah, so without any further delay, let's quickly go through when we talk about best practice for implementing the continuous compliance for public cloud, especially on the public cloud itself. So usually these are three main things that we'll always follow. So this is basically the compliance cycle. First thing first, we'll need to understand our access, probably for the visibility. Without the visibility, basically we can't do any remediations, right? We have no ideas, like what just now Yap mentioned about the prevent, detects, then only do the backup, right? So if let's say you miss the prevent, then probably are you able to detect it? So if let's say you can't detect it, you don't even have the visibility, so you will definitely bypass the detect already, right? So once you have the remediations, then only we'll talk about the enforcement. What kind of the base policy, right, that you will need to put into your organizations. All right, so first thing first, when we talk about the continuous compliance, right, so long as there's a new set of the applications or new access you spin up into your cloud, especially on the public cloud, we'll probably go through the first assessment. So when you spin out the access, right, first thing first, I will go through a scanning. Then, in order for me to gain the full visibility of all my current access, so later I will also showcase that's the demo site, right? And secondly, we will select the frameworks. What kind of frameworks that you are required into your organizations? So if let's say those kind of like FSI industry or the healthcare industry, probably you will need to follow the RMIT, or even not only for the FSI itself, as long as you have the any credit card information hosted into the cloud, so probably you will need to follow the PCI-DSS framework, right? Then the third one will be establish the baseline. So baseline whereby you will need to fix certain baseline that whatever access you hosted into the cloud, right, probably you can do some pre-hardening things, right? Probably if let's say there's a new access spin up, so I will need to close down all the unsecured port. So put example, if let's say they have a FTP, right, so I only allow the SSH. So HTTP, those kind of like unsecured port, I will actually lock down. So you can actually fix your own baseline. So whatever access you spin out into the cloud, right, immediately they will follow this baseline. So they will tell you that whether your access is under compliance or not, right? Then the last one, you're able to customize your own rules, right? So this is basically how we gain the visibility. So basically these 5 main things will be our CSPM's component. First thing first, we will show you the cloud access configurations to identify which applications and which workloads currently that you have into your cloud. Not only for the single cloud. If let's say you have a multi-cloud, we're able to easily drill down and tell you that within your AWS, you got how many access. Within your Azure, you got how many access, right? Then secondly, we're also able to help you to understand what are the applications or even the workload, right? In fact, they're actually facing some vulnerability track or whatever. Immediately, we're able to scan and provide you this kind of information, all right? Then the third piece will be the network topology. So like what I mentioned to you just now, we're able to help you to form up your entire network priority, all right? Then the third one will be security group. So we're also able to help you, right, to do some classification and discover. So probably all your database, right, will be need to host it into internally. So probably you can't put this database, right, directly into the DMZ zones or expose directly to the public. So probably based on that, you can create your own security groups and apply certain baseline on that, right? And last piece will be the traffic and user activities. So we are able to keep track and knows that what are the traffic flow even internally, and we're also able to tell you that what are the users trying to do within my cloud environments, right? So this is basically, yeah. So because to prevent any delay, right, in fact, I already do some print screens, right, over here. So in fact, this is our portal logins. So once you log into our dashboard, this is a CloudGuard CSPM, right, immediately I'm able to show you that I have the overview over here, right, whether how many cloud service provider currently my organizations are having it. So for example, I have 28 tenants running on AWS, then I have 12 Azures, and I have 11 Google Cloud, right? Even the Alibaba Cloud. And even the total number of the environments over here, right? I got how many access. Immediately I can show you over here, right? To provide you the full visibility instead of, if let's say you don't have this type of platforms to help you to consolidate everything, right? You will more likely, right, probably you will need to log into AWS to do the manual tracking or whatever, right? So if I say whatever policy, right, is not standardized, then you will also need to get your teams to look into it. So whereby this thing, we're able to consolidate the entire view from you, right? Then we also will tell you that what are the top protected access over here, right? So basically we will list down. And also for the high severity alerts. So if let's say those access is not compliant into my organizations, right, it will actually list down from here. So later we will even drill down and tell you that how it will actually help in terms of operations, right? So yeah, so a lot of time, if let's say without the filtering, right, it's very hard for us to track, especially just now you look at here. In fact, I have 15,000 of the inventory list in my organizations. How am I going to drill down and track it? In fact, it will be as easy as I can apply some filter, right? Probably I just want to look into the AWS EC2 instance. I can just actually select from here, then you actually help me to list down based on the filters, right? As simple as that, right? Whereby, yeah, so this is basically talking about the network security group. So based on here, in fact, look at here, there's intercommunications between my cloud to cloud. So whereby we talk about the east-west things, right? So we wouldn't know that whether some of my access supposedly sit internally, right? Internal IP, or if let's say so accidentally my firewall, my database, right, sitting over here. So means that my firewall teams, either my firewall teams or my database team misconfigure certain things that make my database direct exposed to the public, right?
Elvin,
So-
just to do a quick check, we have 5 minutes left.
Right, so I don't need to go very, very fast. Okay, so yeah, so even if I want to drill down, right, I can actually, as simple as click in, then you will actually drill down. So for this case, in fact, this two is my firewall, right, hosted into my cloud. So from here, immediately I can identify, I know that these two instances, you look at here, in fact, they directly communicates to the external without passing through my firewall, right? Immediately I'm able to pinpoint right? What are the things that, what are the access that expose directly to the public? So I can immediately, right, get my internal teams with this chart, right, to look into the, these two assets and look into the firewall, why this guy can directly talk to the external, right? So same thing, same because our engines come with the anti-malware, we're able to identify and tell you that where are the malware. So you look at here, in fact, there's a malware icon here. So in terms for me to drill down, right, so you look at here, the entire chart is quite messy. So how do I move on, right, for the next action plan? So in fact, you can just like double click on this malware. You actually have it to drill down and tell you that which external, right, actually talking to which internals instance, right, which kind of port, right, all the details will actually shows here, right? So same to the user activity, right? So if let's say you clearly identify the user's role, user's access, right? So you, based on here, you are able to know that which users actually try to access to which instance and what are the things they're trying to do. So from here, you look at here, in fact, this root user, right, trying to delete the buckets. So based on what times, what date. So all the activity, in fact, they will keep in track, right? So same thing, same for serverless workload protections. In fact, if let's say we talk about the serverless, right, or even the Docker's environment. So, for example, if let's say you have you are using the AWS Lambda, so usually once you have this type of application running into your cloud, immediately they will trigger some of the components there. So let's say based on here, right, without this visibility, you wouldn't know. So from here, in fact, I can control whether I allow this guy, right, to create the S3 bucket, create the IAM policy or whatever or not, right? And also they will show you that whether you are in the protection mode. So basically, we'll go through the configuration scanning. We will actually help you to go through the vulnerability scanning and even the IAM hardening, right? Not only that, we also provide you the runtime protections over here. All right? And a lot of time after we do the scanning, right, usually they provide you the thousands of lists or the logs. Which one you supposedly you will need to look into it first. Because without the risk management, we can't even, right, go into like, probably there's 1,000, which one should I need to go in? Right, from here, in fact, we were able to tell you that which are the most high risk score. So from here, immediately I can look into it. Based on here, there's a very high vulnerability. So after you log in, right, you click in for this environment, right? In fact, they were able to provide you the recommendations and even probably tell you that maybe this OS already end of support, or probably you will need to upgrade to the next versions. So once you're done, probably some of the access over here, right, you will clean up. All right, so basically secondly, we talk about the framework. So out of the box, in fact, we already have more than 2,400 security rules in place. So you do not need to create your own rules. You can actually leverage on the out-of-box rules. And not only that, we're also able to provide you the more than 250 API integrations, whereby you can directly integrate to your internal third-party system. For example, like SIEM, SOAR, right? If let's say you have your own internal ticketing system, right? So whatever triggers the alerts from the CSPM itself, I will need to assign these tickets to my internal stuff, right? In fact, you can use this API directly to integrate to your ITSM or even Zira, right? Then the last piece will be the compliance, whereby we talk about these things, right? ISO 27001, SOC 2 tab, right? So we will actually follow the standards compliance over here. So you can actually leverage on that, right? And not only that, even out of here, right? Somehow, maybe some of the compliance only fixed for your environments. You can always do the customizations for the compliance and regulations, right? So this is basically how the compliance look like. So basically, we already have all the out-of-box compliance frameworks that you can ready for you to use. So for example, now I wanted to scan about the NIST, for example, right? So I can just like as simple as click the run of the assessment. Immediately, they will ask you to choose your environments. So for this case, right, you look at here, it's more to like Azure. So you will only list down all your Azure tenant over here. So you can pick one of it, right? After that, they do the scanning. Immediately, they will provide you the information. So for this case, in fact, I'm using the AWS NIST compliance, which is the rule sets. Currently, I'm using this one, and I run into their productions. So it will provide you this type of information. Furthermore, after the scanning, immediately I will tell you that 100%, in fact, you are able to meet the compliance. So for this case, 72. Then the remaining gap, right, in fact, they will list now the entire list for you. All right? Then how are we going to remediate? See, we already have a visibility, we have a baseline, we have a framework in place, right? And we also do go through the scanning. Then for the remediation part, we need to identify the owner, whether these applications belong to which owner, right? Then furthermore, we can start to do the remediations. Either you want to use the manual way or there's an automatically way, right? Then the third one will be, we're also able to integrate, if let's say you want to use the manual way, right? We can integrate to your ITSM tools to get the respective teams to look into it, right? Or else, usually we'll go to the last one, do the automated remediations. Right, so let me skip. So this is basically like just now you look into the previous report, right? After they do the scanning, right, probably you only have a 75% comply, and the remaining, in fact, they will prompt from here. And it will be actually tell you that what are the things. So for example, we just choose one of the case. Probably this is the first one would be the 3S bucket secured transport, means that you didn't enable it. So maybe we just pick one of it, like to ensure that there's no security group allow your internal, right, by using any IP to access the SSH port. So when you click on it, you can actually expand. You can just expand from here, right? Immediately they will tell you all the details. So a lot of time, if let's say you leverage on those vulnerabilities, vendors, right, they will provide you a lot of like report, but they won't even tell you that what's the remediations path. Right, so a lot of times our operation teams, they have no idea. Even I know that these are the gaps that I will need to close, but I have no ideas how to move on. So with this type of report, right, in fact, we're able to tell you that all the details, even all the descriptions over here, the more important thing is we're able to provide you step by step. It's not logged into the checkpoint portal itself, but if let's say you can't comply to the AWS, like you will need to fix these rules, right, they'll actually guide you through how you access to the AWS management, right? After that, you will need to look into the navigation pad, right? All those panels, they will actually clearly identify and tell you and guide you through how to configure it. So this is the beauty part, right? So another thing is we are able to, like what I mentioned, we are able to directly integrate to all your third-party things, right? So even you have the Splunk in place, I mean the SIEMs. So all those like well-known vendor SIEMs or even the ITSM solutions, ticketing solutions, or even the SMS gateway, we're able to use the API directly integrates to the solution itself. Right, so this will be the last piece. We're going to talk about the how are we going to do the auto remediations. So basically, look at here, right? Just now, it's the same list. This is a gap that we will need to close. But look at here, you will actually notice that there's a one robot icon over here. Right? So when you click on it, in fact, it will bring you to here, and you are able to instruct and put some automation. So for example, whatever access that I spin up into my 3S, I will need to enable the logging. If not, then I can't see the activities running behind. So based on here, right, in fact, you can set the automations. So long as there's a new access running into my environments and they didn't enable the logging, right? So immediately I will do the automations. I will have this access to enable it automatically. So moving forward, you do not need to do get the respective to do the manual work. So everything can be run it automatically. Then the last piece, we're talking about the enforcement. So this will be the final part, right? How are we going to create the dashboard, right? To provide to define the key metric, and last but not least will be the provide the reports. So basically, we will need to identify the users first, identify the owner, right? What kind of rules, what kind of the information they can get. So in fact, we can generate based on different type of the users. Probably management, they only want to look into the high level, whereby the operations teams of member, right, probably they will need to have more details. So in fact, different type of the rules or roles, right, we can custom make different type of the dashboard itself, and even the reporting. So management, usually they will only need to receive the high levels reportings, right, whereby the operation teams or support team, they will need to require us to have the details information. So everything, even reporting, everything can be customized, right? Then for the last one, you will need to define the key metric, especially on different team, right? Different team, different application team, probably they have a different type of regulations that would require us to meet, right? So we can always, based on the customized dashboard, we can always, based on the suspicious user, or also this is basically more to operation or support team. Probably I wanted to know physically pinpoints that who are the users, right? And what are they trying to do? So you can actually, right, apply this kind of like dashboard. Secondly, maybe I'm the IT manager or whatever. I just want to know the suspicious traffic, whereby I do not need to know who are the users who are actually impact into my environment. But immediately I want to know that whether is there any suspicious traffic running into my environment or not. So you can actually one level higher, right, to create your own dashboard. Then whereby the last, maybe for management, I just wanted to understand that among all my cloud service provider, right, which cloud service providers generate me the most high severity alerts. So you can actually segregate based on that. So this is basically how the dashboard look like. So everything can be customized, right? So if let's say you notice about previously we have the overviews on whatever access I have, but how many inventory here do I have over here, right? But to management point of view, I do not need to know. I just want to know that how many tenants currently I have, and what are the health state, the top malicious traffics currently running in my environments. So everything can be customized, right? So yeah, this will be my last slide. So even there's on demand, if let's say you face any auditors come into your environments trying to audit your environments, right? Usually you will need to spend certain costs for them to run the vulnerability test or whatever. In fact, our solutions, we are able to help you to immediately log into your tenants, right? Then go through the specific compliance rule set. Then you do the scanning. Immediately you can provide this result, this report to your auditor. All right?
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
I know
thank you.
it's very extensive.
Right.
But ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause
Okay, thank
to
you.
Alvin Lee. Thank you so much. Yeah, so you know, I viewed his deck earlier before, so it is very extensive. If you want to know more, obviously go and speak to some of the Maxis representative. They will be able to hook you up to be able to get more insights on this. We had to rush through a little bit. But for now, actually, it's our Q&A session. So we will begin our Q&A if we can bring out the chairs, the bar stools for our Q&A. Basically, we will have 3 individuals joining the Q&A session. We will introduce Yap Kim Seong and Eugene Ng together with Alvin Lee back for this session. So hopefully you've got some questions. Do try to keep them brief. And to the panelists, do keep your answers brief as well. So hopefully we'll be able to wrap this up within 15 minutes. We want to make this a very quick and concise Q&A session. I'm sure you'll get a lot of questions. I wouldn't be surprised if there are, questions directing to you. If we are running out of time, don't worry. I guess for our guests, you'll be able to speak to our panelists and also some of the other Maxis speakers later during lunchtime. So, all right, let's bring back Mr. Yap Kim Seong, Mr. Eugene Ng, and Mr. Alvin Lee on stage for the quick Q&A session. Before I go about doing just a quick round, is there any questions on the floor that you would like to address to any of the panelists? If you have, just raise your hands while we're thinking of the question. Maybe I'll just start for Kim Seong. Maybe going back to what you presented, I was just writing down on my pen. What's the key differentiator in Maxis data protection services as compared to like others? Like, what's the USP here? And keep it brief.
Yeah, our key differentiator, I just want to highlight one thing, right? We want to grow together with our customers. So the backup as a service solution that Maxis provides is a truly customer-oriented solution. Yeah, we will handhold customer and we will enable customer to grow together with us. Yeah, we want you to have a better adoption, right, in terms of managing your backup infrastructure, right? Thank you.
Eugene, is on-prem or on-site infra safer than the cloud?
Good question. So I would say today, personal view, the cloud is much more safer. Why? For mainly three reasons. In the cloud, they have a framework already in place. I'll just take example, AWS, Azure, Microsoft, both have very comprehensive controls in place to basically protect the environment in the cloud. And they have to actually adhere to the stringent requirements. They have third-party audits done on their infrastructure every year, so they have to keep their environment compliant. So with that in mind, I would say that it's much more, they have not only the technology, they have the people as well, the people skills to protect the cloud much better.
So just a very quick follow-up on that then. So who's responsible for the security of the customer data when you're using software as a service?
Yes. So if you're using a software as a service, the customer data is basically a combination of both the provider as well as the users. The service provider is responsible for ensuring that you have the controls in place, such as encryption, data at rest, data in transit. They have to have the capability for backing up this data for the customer. That's the example, and they have to also ensure availability of the data whenever it's needed. That's the job of the provider. But at the same time, a SaaS also requires access, and access is controlled by the end user. So the end user also have to do their part to ensure that when you access the application and the data, you have to give the right access to the right people. So it's
going back to like what Kim Seong was mentioning, is the people that's always the problem, right, behind all these technologies, right? So for Alvin, so CloudGuard, super impressive.
Yes.
What's the main differentiator here? What's the USP, basically?
Okay, yeah, it's a very good question. So back to just now, what I presented just now. So there's a Gartner, there's a CNAPS frameworks that we need to follow, right? So whereby we compare to out there, if let's say you're still doing the solution silently, that's no longer for you to protect, to close all the gaps. As we know that for the humans, we always make a lot of mistakes, especially if we were required to manage, it's not only the single solutions, right? So the more solutions that you involve, the more mistake they will be done. So whereby we actually see this type of visions, right? So we come out the end-to-end solution within the same dashboard. We can even share across the same policies to different type of the our solutions. Even today you have your on-prems. Good to say is that even today you are using the checkpoint firewall on-prems, right? You can as simple as extend the same policies towards the cloud, right? So within the same policy, we just need to extend to different gateway. Yeah.
We've got a question here. Yeah, so let me just give you my mic. Hold on.
I'm not sure if it's the right question or not, but just want to ask. You know DLP, right? Before we have this cloud adoption and everything, RMIT, in fact, saying that for all FI, required to have DLP, which is on-prem DLP. But then when we embark to the cloud also offered DLP as well on their ends. So now here, there is two separate DLP, which is on-prem to control there is an agent for each endpoint, as well as on the SharePoint, which is covered by like Azure, Microsoft, and the rest. What is the future state for DLP actually? Is there any hybrid DLP that can cover both, or do you have any point of view on that? Yeah, that's all.
Right, so who wants to take? Eugene, you seem pretty excited about that, yeah?
Sure. So you spoke about DLP on-prem and the cloud, and what's the future like, how you implement. Now, your organization has certain policies in regards to how you want to protect your data. So I spoke earlier on some strategies, identifying where your critical assets are, regardless whether it's cloud or whether it's in on-prem. And I spoke about the controls that you must put in place in order, regardless of whether it's cloud and on-prem. So the future is going to be, for me, my view, future is going to be complex. Complex because you have two different environment, but your policy stays the same if you have the same framework. What I'm saying is that if your policy for on-prem is as such, you have to take that policy and apply it, because that policy is your guideline on how to protect that data. Technology-wise, you have options, multiple options to use the capabilities AWS, the capabilities of Azure. So you can implement, take that policy, apply it also on the cloud as well. That's the way I see the future. I don't know how it will evolve, but what I can say is that when you put in the controls for DLP, you also have to put in the processors. Like Dawood mentioned a very good point early this morning by saying that when you identify a breach, when data is being moved out of your environment, what do you do? And you usually have that process that you work with HR, process that you work with a different team to understand what has been moved out of the environment and what you're going to do, how you're going to react to it. So at Maxis, what we do is basically when a confidential data, you classify, like say, an Excel sheet. When you send it out, if it's confidential, it will be flagged, and you are asked to respond. What data is it and why? Go ahead. You have follow-up.
Yeah, I understand. The policy remains the same, whether it's on-prem or on cloud. But what I mean is there any solution that can cover both on-prem and cloud at the same time? Because at the moment, I don't believe so, right?
Yes, I also do not think there's a solution for both. I don't know. Perhaps maybe
I
Checkpoint.
think yes, some of the vendors it's not on Checkpoint. So yeah, so currently we still we even those that we do covers the DLP piece, but because you will need to make sure that whatever's on-prem they have the same rules, right? So currently, if you extend to the cloud, you are not only looking for the on-prem itself, also for your cloud, for the SASE, for not only the sanctions applications, but also unsanctioned applications. So whereby out there, I mean, some of the vendors, they are able to consolidate everything right into the single portals, whereby you will need to leverage on the single brands. Yep. So that's why even Gartner, they also always emphasize about using the platforms to manage it instead of running off multiple solutions.
That's correct. So we are actually looking for the single solution,
yes.
But as for now, I believe there is none, right, at the moment?
It is. As what I know, maybe I can share it to you separately.
If I'm allowed for a second question.
Go ahead.
Okay. Talking about MIP, right, there is a multiple way on we store the key, MMK, BYOK, HYOK, and DKE, I believe. So just for your recommendation, what is actually the best keys for us to have? Whether we should go to the most restrict DKE, but we lose a lot of accessibility on that, or we can lose out to the BYOK or what's not. Do you have any point or best case for that?
Could you elaborate more?
So MIP, right? There is a key like Microsoft Managed Key, or bring your own key, or what we call it, a DKE double key encryption or something like that. So instead of having a single key on the Azure, you will have both key in the Azure and the AD. But to open the document, you need to have this laptop, for example, connecting to both Azure as well as the AD. Then only the document can be opened. So my question is, what your point of view, whether if we need this kind of control or security point of view, or we should just have these keys on Azure, for example, but the only single control is over there.
I guess to simplify that bit is, I guess, to find the balance between convenience
correct.
and just over secure, right? And is there such thing as being over secure, and is there such thing as finding the balance?
Yeah,
maybe
that's
we can try to get that, and then for further detailed questions and tools and stuff, I guess you will do that during the lunchtime. But yeah, Eugene, maybe you want to take about how do you find a balance between convenience and security?
Okay, so in your environment, if I understand, you have keys both in-prem and keys in the cloud that you keep in the cloud. My view when I hear this, I'm quite surprised that the keys are stored in the cloud. So obviously, it's okay, but perhaps you trust the cloud provider to protect your key. That's fine. But you have to ensure that the key, for me, my view is better to keep, because you have your key. The key is the keys to your kingdom, for example. So my view is to keep the key at on-prem, because it's yours. And you have to get it on-prem in your own environment secure. Now, if you put it in the cloud, right? And you put it in the cloud, you have to be sure that the controls are stringent, which means that you have to put in the logging in place, you have to put the monitoring in place to ensure that that key itself doesn't can be accessed by anyone, because it's outside data center, right? It's somewhere else, right? So yeah, so.
All right. And I think with that, we want to wrap it up. So just as one final question, and very briefly in a sentence or two, what would be your key takeaways based on your discussions and I guess your presentations? Maybe we'll start with Kim Seong. Just very quickly, what would be the key takeaway that we can then continue the discussion when we go out for the lunch?
Yeah, just simple and short. Let us help you to automate your DR or the site. So all I talked about earlier on is automation, right? So we can have further discussion after this. Thank you.
All right. Elvin, maybe yourself?
Okay, so basically the key takeaways will be you will need to, especially on the cloud side, so you will need to have the visibility or else you won't have the control. Then secondly, we're also talking about, we keep on emphasize about people, process, technology. People will be the weakest point, right, as like what Yap mentions. So we will always need to make sure that our users won't make so much of the mistake. So that's why the single platform will be at things the crucial and important part. We'll try to simplify the entire things, yet to provide you the automations.
All right. And finally, Eugene?
I just like to say that moving to the cloud is inevitable. We will eventually have to embrace them and move there. The key takeaway is ensure that you're secured when you move to the cloud.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our very quick Q&A session. Please give a round of applause to Yap Kim Seong, Eugene Ng, and Elvin Lee. Don't leave just yet, because we do have the lucky draw giveaway. We have two JBL wireless earphones. They are worth 599 ringgit, and there'll be two that will be given out today. So hopefully, the two of you who are still here will be able to walk away with a real goodie. In order for us to do the lucky draw, we will like to invite Jamie Lau, the head of strategic conglomerate for Maxis. Please give a big round of applause. She's going to give you the prize, All right, so ladies and gentlemen, if we are ready, we will like you to direct your attention to the screen. And this is when you will know if your name is being called up. Are we ready? Let's go. Let's see who the first winner is. Starts with M, A. Oh no, it starts with A. Amaluddin. Amaluddin. Is Amaluddin here? Amaluddin, congratulations. You have just won yourself a JBL wireless earphones. Go ahead. Remember to take the photos. Hold on. Amazing. All right. Congratulations again, Amaluddin. We have one more. Let's see who is the second winner for today. Yeah. Starts with G. Gan Jia Jian. Congratulations. You have won yourself the JBL wireless earphones. All right. And obviously, you know, although we're just, again, please give a round of applause. Thank you to Jamie Lau. Although there were 2 winners of the JBL earphones, basically we're all winners here, right? Because we've managed to get a lot of information. And also you'll be able to go out and have an amazing lunch. You'll be able to speak to the speakers, get to talk to some of the Maxis representatives. And also, if I'm not mistaken, you all will receive a goodie bag. But in order to do that goodie bag, there's something that I'll need you to do. But remember, whoever is interested in the Maxis free backup as a service consultation, please, you know, reach out to the Maxis staff that you will see just outside. And for those of you who are interested in the goodie bag, we will need you to do one thing, which is to scan this QR code that you see on screen. Yes, we got to take out our phones again, and we got to scan the QR code and fill up the feedback form. It is a very, very, very quick feedback form. You will need to do this and prove that you have done this to collect your goodie bag. And you can collect your goodie bag at the front or the entrance of MBIC. Are we still okay with doing a tour, by the way? Are we keen, or do we want to head straight for lunch? What is the... Sorry? Head straight for lunch. All right, cool. Head straight for lunch. I hear the tummies growling, that's why. All right. Cool, ladies and gentlemen, if everyone has scanned the QR code, please do fill up the QR form. And at the front of the reception desk, you will be able to redeem your goodie bag. And once you've redeemed your goodie bag, you can head over to Four Seasons Hotel for your lunch. Thank you all so much for being part of this event. Hopefully, you've gathered a lot of insights. You can continue the discussions. The future is uncertain, but you are here to help, hopefully, help you to sort of, you know, take the next step forward. Thank you again, everyone. My name is Jeff Sandhu, and we'll see you guys again very soon, very shortly. Take care, everyone. Stay safe. Bye-bye.